I'm an idiot, and I haven't put the game to source yet. Also, let me do that first. I'm also not bouncing. I only realized, like, just now, I'm like, oh man, I wasn't ready for this at all. I was a fool. Stanley Parable. The Stanley, Banley, Bofanley. Stanley Parable is a cool game that originally came out in, I want to say 2011, uh, but was not at all what it would become to, like, it was just kind of a basic thing at that point. Then it got a re-release on Steam in 2013, which is what people know. Which it's a funny little game you do. And this is a new one. It's ultra deluxing. Ignore that I'm not here right now. I'll be back in a second. I'm working on it. Uh, hey, see, what did I tell you? Why am I small? Oh, really? The size of this window affects me? Okay. Um, yeah, and so now there's apparently, like, even more stuff in it than there was. And so we're gonna play it. It's a funny little fun time game thing. I'm going to have sound up more than usual for this game because, like, hearing it kind of matters. Ever the end is never the end is never the end. It's never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It is. It's true.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
He was a happy little boy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh no,
No one
nothing
had
to
showed
do.
up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So this is the crux of the game. The narrator tells you stuff, and sometimes
All
you
of his
do it, and
co-workers
sometimes
were
you
gone.
don't.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm going to just follow the narrator for a little bit. Like, I'll do the first run. We're gonna make it over there at some point. But we will deny him at some point. And by at some point, I mean, like, immediately after this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So yeah, I've played the Stanley Parable. I've
Yet there
completed
was
the
not a single
entirety
person here either.
of the original Stanley
Feeling a
Parable. It's
wave of
really funny.
disbelief,
It's really fun.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he
Oh.
might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Let it ball up inside you. Using slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slides has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. What do we got here? What do people want? Things. Happy feelings, crossed out. Violet James, who are fired. Money. More money, that's true. I do want money. Things. But with money to buy more things. Graphs? Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. Rate of increase in... Oh. Please no more... Oh, hello. The Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your Boss Appreciation Specialist. Alright. To do. Synergize. Core value expenditures. Shift global market paradigm. Monetize free to play. I don't know what any of that means. Get out of my face, Graph. We'll come back for you. I will be back for you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So one of the things like I actually would recommend for people who haven't played the Stanley Parable is to not do the correct way first. What is this? Executive bathroom. Alright, wait, hold on. I want to check out the executive bathroom. I've got a feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. I couldn't do anything in the bathroom. The boss isn't here.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
There's
to
no one
discover not
here.
an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
What's in here?
What he could
Hold
not
on,
have
wait.
known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Oh, hey,
and so the
keypad.
boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
But how could I know
But
that?
of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I can't know that. I have to leave. Oh no, I'm locked in here. 2845, you say?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Yeah.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
What if I don't do that? What then, Mr. Man or Voice Man? This looks like a door. Right? That looks like a door.
2845.
Piano. Oh, I can't play the piano. But you said I can't know that. How could I know that? How could I do something I don't know? So there's a lot of not doing things to annoy the narrator.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override.
An emergency
continued,
override?
And the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
So there's a lot of doing nothing to annoy the narrator. I'm stuck. Okay. Just make the narrator mad is the main thing of this game. Once you do what he tells you to do. Howdy, what's up? We're Stanley Parable. So yeah, like as I've said,
Descending deeper into
I've
the
done all
building,
the base
Stanley
game. I'm just going to
realized
show
he
off some
felt
of
a
the
bit peculiar.
basic
It was
stuff.
a stirring of emotion in his chest,
And then I'll
as
try
though
to
he
find the
felt
new
more
stuff.
free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Man, imagine having a secret elevator into a giant series of tunnels under your building. That's kind of not
Stanley
possible.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
But what about escape? Well, I said I'd do what he said, so into the mind control facility. Man, if you walked into a place and you found mind control facility, what would you do?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Because honestly, I don't know.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's see. So I don't know how amazing my commentary will be, at least for a while. But the game will hold your interest, that's for sure.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
It's all the
Each bore the
employees.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them,
You know,
eternally monitored
okay.
in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So, this kind of thing shows up in a lot of things, but it's like, one, who's watching all of these? And two, they're so far away, some of them. How could you even tell what is happening? Like, the point of these is to observe them.
It was too horrible to believe.
But
it couldn't be true.
I can't tell what
Had
anyone's
Stanley
doing
really
here.
been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
See, that is the only true way to happiness. Simply accept everything.
He refused to believe it.
And
he
let someone else
couldn't
control
accept
you.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
It's commentary
Had he
on the real
truly
world.
spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yeah, probably. Because most people do.
But here was
Buttons!
the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
We gotta
For
destroy
he
it.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We'll do it. We're gonna save the world. We're gonna do it. System power off. Am I a hero? Did I win? Did I save the day?
Blackness and a rising chill
Oh, no, not
of
blackness.
uncertainty.
That's scary.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
What happened to all my
Where
coworkers?
had his coworkers
Yeah.
gone?
Why?
How had he been freed from
Why?
the machine's
Why
grasp?
is there a giant
What other
machine?
mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this
No, I
mattered
think
to
some
him.
of it matters,
For
actually.
it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Yeah, but happiness is fake and a
No
lie.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Why does it go right to a Skyrim path?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Yeah.
And Stanley was happy.
We did it! We beat the game, guys! Alright. That was the Stanley Parable. That was a great stream. Thank you all for coming. I hope everyone has a good day. Alright, let's find someone to raid with. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. Okay. It's still going. So yeah, that's what happens if you listen to
All of his co-workers
Mr.
were
Narrator.
gone.
But what if we
could it mean?
don't listen to the narrator?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's not listen to the narrator this time. So he wants us to go to the
When
left,
Stanley
we're gonna go
came
to
to
the
a
right.
set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
The employee lounge, that sounds nice. We're gonna piss off the narrator now in every conceivable way.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth
Soda.
admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all.
I don't actually
just
drink
to spend
soda.
a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
It's actually a
Stanley
pretty...
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
It's a pretty nice little lounge, actually. You could probably use like a better table for the coffee machine. The coffee machine that is not plugged in, by the way.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yeah,
A
it's
room
nice.
so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Right, exactly.
Really worth it.
Exactly. See, you get it, Mr. Narrator. I'm glad you get me. I'm
At
glad
this
you
point,
understand.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
Oh,
and
that's-
reflected poorly on his overall personality.
That's a little mean.
It's possible that this is why everyone
Everyone
left.
left because of me? Everyone left because I'm a weirdo? Oh, I can crouch. Crouchy crouch. I don't think you could
Stanley
crouch
sat
in the
around waiting
original
for more
game.
dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah, but you're giving me more. Alright. In places that I don't know if there's more dialogue, I won't
But
stand
at
around
last,
for an
he'd had
hour.
enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
So you want me to go in there? Let's go in here. Ooh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Wait.
5 years ago.
Why is... This is like an office building. Why is there... What? Why is there like a warehouse here? Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off cargo lift, $5,000. Bet!
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and
We
plunged
did
to his
it!
death.
We beat
Good
the
job,
Stanley Parable.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am very powerful, thank you. Alright, let's
All
head
of
back
his
over there.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You unfortunately cannot jump in this game. Crouch, 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 crouch. I
When
can
Stanley came
teabag,
to
though.
a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I don't think there's a run
Perhaps he
either.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ah, such a nice
Wow.
employee lounge.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I don't. He does not take the door on his left.
Stanley was so bad at following
Goes to the
directions,
weird warehouse.
it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
And now
Look, Stanley,
the
I
slow
think perhaps
lift.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
Yeah,
difficult, but the
I've
fact
trust
is
issues.
that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've
Ooh, what does this
forgotten
do?
about. What? Really?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah,
Are
pretty
you
much.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
I'm kind of a
Why,
sociopath.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove
Okay.
it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Okay.
Give me a chance.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let's go this way. Danger! Danger everywhere! Oh, did I accidentally slip into one of my favorite endings? Oh no, I did!
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, I forget which one of these it is, though. You can go through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red
Right,
door.
the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
There's the
Stanley
blue door.
walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly
Yeah,
what's out there? You want
let's
to
find
find
out.
out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Uh-oh. Nope, red door
You
was
see?
the one.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
It's
because
the
you were
Federal
never supposed
Bureau
to
of
be here in the
Control.
first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah,
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
yeah. It was
You
kind
might
of
think
boring.
I put a lot of time into that, because I did.
Yeah,
And
but
in
your
the
story
end,
was kind
it
of
was all
boring.
for nothing.
Didn't do
Because
anything
this
with
is
it.
what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Ooh, skill trees
Work
would
with
be
me.
nice.
You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what.
A jump
Take
button
a
would be
stab in the
okay.
dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
A third option?
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Yeah, but you told me to go
ahead,
through the left
Stanley.
door.
Take it for a spin.
Oh. Well, this isn't the left
Okay,
door.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would
I
you
don't
say that the
know.
game benefited from allowing you more choices?
It's
Feel
like
free
a
to be
2.
honest. I'm looking for some real
It's like-
critical
It's
feedback
okay,
here.
but there's a little too much orange.
Oh, well, now this is
But
useful.
I mean, like, I like
you
orange.
didn't like it, but you didn't
but
totally hate it either.
I don't know.
You
A
enjoyed
little
it,
much.
perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating pain.
I guess that's true.
Big steps we've made here
That,
today,
that
Stanley.
that's worth it, right?
Here,
Being
based on
not
the data from
terrible.
your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
But what if I like
Let's
the
take
park?
a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. What- oh, you can beat this in 2 seconds? Oh, wild. I don't know if these are real. They might be. No, okay. 21.3% of players skip the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Well, we're gonna go on the left again. That's where you wanted me to go.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
I don't know.
Again, honest answers, please.
I think I'm pretty neutral.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game
new
I've been
game?
working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay, I've
You
always
wouldn't mind
wanted to
taking
be
a
a
look at
video
it, would
game
you?
tester.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game,
It's a
the
baby.
baby crawls left towards danger.
Okay.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire,
Yeah, but I told you I'm a
fail.
sociopath,
It's a very
actually.
meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of
Yeah, but
family
I
life.
don't
think
have
the
kids.
art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
4
so why
hours,
don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
No,
Be
I
sure
think
to
I'm
keep
good.
notes on your experience.
Like I said, I'm a sociopath. I don't really like kids. That's not true. I like kids a lot, but I don't.
You heartless bastard.
Yeah, I'm a slime.
Did
We
you
don't have
do it
those.
because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
A little bit of both.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
It's over. Wait,
Thank
no,
you for
but
playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
But I beat the
hey,
game.
Since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Okay.
Just to ease the pain.
There's some good games out
Let's
there.
see. What do we have here?
I like Dark Souls. I like Dark Souls.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
All right, what do we got? Is it like there's no time to explain? Oh, it's Firewatch.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about?
Well, this game wasn't
What's your
out when
backstory?
Stanley Parable
What is our
came out.
motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep
Ooh,
tower.
I like doing
Perhaps
that.
for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
No, I just like watching people. It's fun.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love
Fire
everything about
the
this
Witch?
game, Stanley.
Fire Witch?
And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh, hey, it's the S thing. Oh, what's this? I can't read that. Why do you put things here that I can't read? I need like a zoom in hack. Space Puffs. Birds of Wyoming. Okay. Birds are kind of boring, honestly. Like ducks are all right. Ducks are pretty cool. But I don't know, a lot of birds are kind of boring. I don't know what this was in the original.
No, it can't be.
Because this is Firewatch. Firewatch
It
is
is.
cool.
It's
but-
an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh. Oh no, walls.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing.
I do
That
actually
big,
appreciate
open,
this. I'm not.
just wandering around, no right or wrong
I'm
directions,
not actually a
no
fan
path
of
to
open
follow.
world
You can just
games.
go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
No, I think we're in the
Okay,
woods.
I'm going
Actually.
to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably
Alright.
something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
I like Mirror's Edge.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Ooh.
Wonderful. See, this is
Wait.
exactly what I had in mind.
This is
Just
Rocket
a nice
League.
big box for you to run around in.
This
There was
is
an
Rocket
imminent
League.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
This also wasn't out when
Stanley,
this game
if you
came
manage
out.
to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Alright, let's go score a goal. I wish I could run.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Well, I should be
There are
in a
lots
car.
of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Sports ball?
Stanley,
I don't
think it's
I don't care about
sports
sports
ball.
ball.
Oh, what fun! We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
No.
Yes, I think surely we must.
Well,
Okay,
I guess
Stanley,
technically
here's the
that's-
ball.
that's what
Have
I'm doing.
fun.
No, I'm gonna score a goal. Me. I'm the goal.
Hold on. What are you doing?
I did it. I scored a goal. Touchdown. Oh!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Oh, wait, where are we? Oh no, I'm flying again. Narrator, help me. I need help. I don't know where I am. I'm lost. I'm a little scared, actually. I did actually know that this was in here. I never knew how to get it. I don't think I ever actually did this in the the original version. Help! Help! Hello? Is there anyone there? It's kind of dark here. I don't really like the dark. Slimes don't have night vision. Narrator? Help, I'm lonely. What was my... light! Ooh, monitors. Can I go in there? No? Okay. Four two seven. This is my office, right? Maybe? No? Hello? Oh dear. Oh my. What happened?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
Oh, this isn't even what I
I wonder
thought
if
it was.
he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
No.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion.
That sounds
That's
nice,
who
actually.
I am. That is what I mean to this world.
Yeah?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The
Kinda
end will be
creepy.
here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Can you? Can I? Can we? The end is never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end. Oh. Oh, we are back. Alright, we're gonna go to
All
the
of
blue
his
door this
co-workers
time.
were gone.
Or
What
the
could it
red door.
mean?
When the blue door.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content! Okay, not yet. Not yet. I have at least 2 more things I need to do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime.
By the way,
a
this
work
game's
of
pretty
art.
cheap.
But eager to
Highly
get back to
recommend you
business,
getting it,
Stanley took the
because there's
first
a lot
open door on his
of
left.
things that are just stand around in a place, and they're really funny.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not sure
Hydrate?
that
I
we
will
really
hydrate.
are not.
Actually
I
kind of
realize that
warm.
investing in
So-
your trust in someone else can
Fetch.
be difficult,
Okay, wait.
but the
Well, then
fact
you- then
is
you
that the
timing.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Yeah, I've been neglecting
Someone
me.
you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to
told
happen
you,
to you?
I'm a kind of a sociopath.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To show
hydrate.
you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, we'll go through the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
I like being
The
happy.
problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
It's a
Don't
circle.
you see that it's killing us?
I mean, I guess it's a square,
but
it's a circle.
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay. Oh no, they're both open though. You said you were removing the burden of choice. Oh, it's dark.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh.
Here.
Ah, no, this is what I want.
Oh, it's
Oh, they
beautiful.
changed this.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I don't know, space is kind of scary. I'm gonna go back.
No, wait. Where are you going?
I don't know. Find out. A staircase!
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I'm thinking. I don't want to be mean to the narrator. He's nice. Let's go back down. Here, let's go back into the special room. Oh no, it's gone. Oh no, it's here. It's green now.
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
This is in fact like my ideal green. It's terrible and neon.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
What have we really
You
achieved,
heard me
though?
before, didn't you? You will die.
Yeah, but I'll, like,
what
come
about
back to
this isn't
life.
getting through to you?
So it's like, is it death? Is it really? Is it death if you come back? Neon green is great. It's incredible. It's the best color there is, actually. Alright, let's see what color we get now. Maybe it'll be pink for Rika. Because pink is Rika's favorite color. Ooh, it's multicolored. Hey, look, there's pink. There's Rika's favorite color.
Are you are going to stay here, aren't you?
No. Yeah, pink is your favorite color, though. You don't like it, but it's your favorite. Rika, okay, so Rika goes on and on about how she hates pink, but she makes everything she wants pink, including her username. So she's a liar, basically. Rika will never tell you the truth. She's tsundere even for colors. Are they all floating up? Oh, they are all floating up. Wait, what's gonna happen? This is worrying. Is it gonna turn into like an evil blob? I actually don't know. This ending's different. All the stars are gone. Wait, can I still escape? I can, but I won't. Ooh, pretty. Oh, there's an edge here. Alright, let's go kill ourselves. Staying there doesn't progress anything, so we gotta leave. Sorry, Mr. Narrator. I didn't want to. I tried to go back, but you didn't let me. If there had been like an ending, it would have all been fine. Goodbye. Goodbye now.
No!
Goodbye. I'm alive.
Oh, thank God. You lived.
Alright, let's go back to
You had me worried there
let's
for a
go back
moment.
to the safe spot now.
Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yeah. Is this what you wanted?
There. See? This is what you want.
I don't know,
This is
it's
where we
kinda
can
boring.
both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Okay. No, I'm gonna kill myself.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
He is trying to help us, see? He means it.
No. No, no. What are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Give me an ending. There's no ending in there. I can't just stand around. What are my viewers gonna think? Wee.
Stanley,
Ow.
let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I'm gonna
You were
steal his
literally
happiness.
willing to
Yeah,
kill
I'm good at
yourself
that.
to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Even if I try to make people happy,
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
I
don't
take
know
happiness
anymore.
from other people. It's what I
Do
do.
you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I'm slower, by the way. I am definitely noticeably slower.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Yeah, but nothing happens standing here. I can't be happy if I'm bored and unhappy. That eternity was his happiness. Okay, you know what? Eternity's pretty good, actually. But, nah. I need to go do the best ending in the game. And then all the new content. I wanted to get the crazy ending, but I don't remember how. I thought it was through one of these doors, but...
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I'm going back.
Yep. Man, that's hell. Just resetting yourself completely. It's like, because that's like killing you. But see, I remember.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All right.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
We're gonna get the
Perhaps he
best
had
ending in the
simply missed a
game.
memo.
And then we're gonna go do the new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Are you guys ready? Are you prepared for it?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Hope I
Stanley
don't-
decided to
I
go
don't-
up to his boss's
I don't
office,
speak
hoping he
weeb.
might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Alright, and we're gonna put the controller down. How's everybody doing? How we doing? You lurking here because you don't want to
There was
spoil
nothing
yourself?
here.
I mean, yeah.
No choice to make, no path
the
to follow,
entirety
just
of...
an empty broom closet.
There's nothing
No
but
reason to
spoilers in this
still be
game.
here.
So we're just gonna sit here for like 5 minutes.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As
There
it
actually
is,
used to be
he's
more
literally
in
just
here.
standing there doing sweet FA.
Yeah, I understand, but that's why I haven't watched people play this yet, because I was like, oh, well, I gotta play that. This game's
really
amazing.
Still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Well, I like the Parmesan part of that sounds nice, but eggplant.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
It's important to me.
I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
It is my favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
They do. My friends find many things that I do concerning.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Oh,
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Well, that's not true. I mean, that's just patently not true. I don't do drugs.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Well, I don't decompose. I'm fine.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological
I'm not human.
vulnerabilities.
That's
It's
racist.
indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
True.
Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board.
Hello.
I guarantee
Ooh,
you
broom
can't
closet.
do any worse than the person. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I believe that is the last comment he has about the broom closet. If I go back in again. I just find the broom closet very, very amusing. Very enjoyable. Alright, let's go down the stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh! This is the ending
But
I
Stanley
wanted.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
I can't see my feet.
Why did doors close automatically behind him?
Well, that's just how the
wherever he
world
went?
works.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah, I've gone
Were
through
they
the same
simply
ones like 3
repeated?
times.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. and at last he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!"
A dream?
"This is all a dream."
I don't usually have those.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt.
I actually
to have
did
finally
have
found an answer,
a dream
an
last night,
explanation.
though, that involved
His
Rika.
co-workers weren't actually gone.
I
He wasn't
dreamt
going to lose his
that
job. He
I got
wasn't
some
crazy
emojis,
after all.
or yeah,
And he thought to himself,
and I was showing them to
"Suppose I'll wake
Rika,
up soon.
and
I'll have to
she
go
pulled
back
them
to
off
my
of the
boring
screen
real-life job
and was
pushing
like
buttons.
bending it, you know,
I
like you
may
do
as
with
well
like one of those
enjoy this
laminated
while
things,
I'm
and was like,
still
ooh,
lucid."
bendy.
So
And then
he
she
imagined
snapped it
himself
and just went,
flying
oh.
and began to gently
And then I
float
lost that
above the
emoji
ground.
forever.
Then
And that
he
was the dream.
imagined himself soaring
Rika
through space
broke
on
my
a
emojis.
magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley.
Ooh, we're getting
who found
meta.
it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
I don't think I've ever been awake,
Now,
actually.
hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
You're in a
I wish
coma.
it to be over.
Your consciousness
Let me
will
go back
constantly
to
try
my
to tell
job.
you to wake up.
Let me continue
Wake up.
pushing the button.
Wake up.
Please.
Wake up.
It's all I
Wake
want.
up.
I want my
Anyway,
apartment
go to sleep.
and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Am I? Are we? Oh.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just
no, my
someone
vision's
tell me
going
I'm
red.
real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
I don't know. It was oh, that's the black.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, that's not Stanley. It's the Mariella
woke up
Parable.
on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh
But
no!
on this particular
I'm
day,
dead.
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my
How do you know
mind.
that though?
I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this.
The only
and in a
things that you
certain
can
way,
confirm
seeing
that
this
are
man
real are
made
the
her
things that
feel
you can
better.
directly perceive.
But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
Oh,
The
man,
very
meetings are
important
lame.
people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
But
She
how do
had
you
no
know that
time
you're
for this,
actually living?
So it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
No. Why would you run? That's mean. At least, like, walk away. Spit on me, maybe. Alright. Now,
All of his
we're gonna
coworkers
go
were
into the new
gone.
content.
What could it mean?
The stuff that I don't
Stanley
know.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content door.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I don't know, let's find out. Is it a railgun shooter? Do I get a gun?
Hello, and thank
Oh.
you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
You're not the narrator.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Well, it was actually released in 2011
After
first.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Okay.
a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features
Oh no, it's a
exciting
needle.
new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I don't like needles. Like, I'm not
Please
against
step
them, but
inside and see
ew.
what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
That's the real
I'm
narrator.
very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too. Let's go forward together.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Also, how's the volume? I guess I should have asked that a while ago, but
Is it broken? What's going on
'cause, like,
here? Should we...
I turned it up
Should
because
we be
hearing
moving
things is
somewhere?
important.
Oh,
but
there
I
we
still
go.
want,
All right,
like, I should
finally,
still be
at
heard.
long last,
Okay?
it's
Okay.
on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
New content. New content. New content.
I have to
Come
say,
on.
initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Yeah.
It's as if, oh,
Oh, there's music.
let's see
Oh,
the content.
no, it's
Give me
not.
the content, Stanley.
Okay. The jump.
All
The
right.
jumps are.
All
Can I
right,
jump?
Let's see, it's the jump circle.
There's a jump button now. Oh, I'm gonna jump a lot. Jump, 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 jump. Oh, I'm getting tired because the jumps are getting slower. I can't jump anymore? You gave me a jump button and then you took it away? How could you do that
Yes.
to me?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary.
Ooh,
There's
that
20
would be
hours of new
interesting.
content right there.
Yeah, let's do
Hell,
it.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the
Yeah,
box. The
that's
Stanley
not that
Parable
fun.
Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's
Oh,
see
hey,
it.
we're back in
I'm
the
ready
office.
for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it?
Aw.
Oh, you've got to be
Thank you for
kidding me. You
thanking
see,
me.
Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion
True.
to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance
I bet that
department signed
actually
off
is
on
the
this?
real one.
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills,
No.
no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I say I want to stay in the new content. Oh, wait, no. Wait, why you reset me? Oh, this is different. This is unfinished. This isn't my office. What? This isn't my office. I'm not supposed to be here.
Psst. What? Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Okay, vent voice. Oh, by the way, like, there's pretty much no vents in ever that humans can actually fit into. You should have stayed on the conveyor. I could do that one. I'll do that one later.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past
I got the jump.
and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Okay.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Are we in Elden
Just
Ring?
our little secret.
Hello?
Take a look.
Is this Anne Orlando?
I call it the Memory Zone.
It's not.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Well, it first
Remember
came
back
out
in October
in
of
2011,
2013,
actually.
when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the
Good
waste.
times. I did some of those endings today. The Stanley Parable. There's the original from 2011. No, that's not the original. That's still the 2013 Steam release. That's not the original. Ooh, your first $1. This is way less cool than the other meta zone. Okay. You can't show me an idyllic music. You can't give me an idyllic, like, chair spot and not let me sit in it. That's mean.
And over here
this
is
is
where I
weird.
keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
This is weird
Like
now.
this stunning triumph of games journalism.
Hi,
10 out
GF.
of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever
I don't think
created.
this is a
That's
real
how
review.
grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was
It's
all
Persona
of them.
3?
And now, it's nothing. It's
That
no
game
games at all.
sucks.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
The narrator only remembers the Steam time. That actually makes sense, because I don't... He probably wasn't in the original, because they didn't have that budget. I know you love Persona 3. It's not a good game. Alright, that's not true. It's like fine. It's the worst Persona I've played, except for Persona 1, but those don't count. It's got good characters in it, but...
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is
Persona
both a
4
rich and stimulating
is the best
commentary on
of the
nature of
Personas.
choice in games, and one that offers
Actually
some
a
of the most
good game.
enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It
Yeah, it was
didn't
pretty
need
good.
anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
Rika,
to
you
spend
hate
the
Persona
rest of
4
time
'cause you
collecting
hate
dust
me.
in the hallowed hall of beloved
You
video
didn't used to
game
say that you
memories.
hated Persona 4 until I started to say that I don't like Persona 3.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on.
It does
I
not
don't
feel
recall
hollow
this part
compared
of
to
the
3.
memory zone
It's
What's
3
this?
is a
What's down
hollow
here?
shell of
Oh,
a
no.
game.
Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Yeah, Steam reviews kind of
Surely
suck.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Yeah, most of them probably.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion.
No,
the
but say
narrator
that.
is
This is not
obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Yeah, well, the true way to do the way to do the true ending of Persona 3 is to buy a separate game, play it again, and then play an entire second game that sucks and no one wants to play.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Just through a new door. P4G, it's, I mean, listen, yeah, you bought a separate game. I won't deny that, but I can't read this, it's blurry.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
But, like,
Well,
Gold
the
is
idea
good
of the game
all
is
the way
good.
through.
No. For
Fest
someone who
sucks.
prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Yeah,
You
but
can
the
tell me if
Vita
I'm
was an
preachy.
incredible
Honestly, you
console.
can.
It's
Oh,
your
goodness.
fault that it
This is
failed
actually
because
quite
you
shocking
didn't
for
buy
me.
one.
I always, well, to be
I
honest,
bought
I
one
had
for
always thought of the
Danganronpa.
game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Why didn't you buy like 3 of them, Flyer? See,
What's this one
it's
got
still
to
your
say?
fault.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's
That
happening.
is true.
I wish there was a skip button.
I don't want a skip button. That sounds
A skip
bad.
button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Oh,
Not
this
if
is
it
a
means
bad
we
idea.
can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive
Oh,
reviews of
no,
the Stanley
what?
Parable.
Hello?
That's my motto today, and
Are
it's
we in
always
Alan
been
Wake?
my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Ooh, a plank.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning
You made a
starts to bore
mistake.
you with... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue for... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Oh no,
That
how long
last
has it
one
been?
was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley!
Hi.
Stanley, please don't push the
Oh, no,
button
12
again. It's been
hours.
12 hours.
I streamed for 12 hours?
You've
That
just
sounds
been
pretty good.
frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh
You're
no,
back.
look at the
my
plant.
goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
The button's... Oh,
I
no, there it
have
is.
had time to think about you and about us and
I'm
about
gonna listen to
everything
this
we've
this
been
time.
through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
No,
Let me
that
describe it
kind of
for
sounds
you.
pretty bad.
To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Yeah.
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment
Ooh, I
have
know that
ever
feeling.
experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart.
And
It
it
was
sucks.
an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust.
Yeah, a lot of
simultaneously.
disgust, actually.
I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I...
Narrator? Oh no. Oh no, they're gone. But they couldn't leave. Where'd they go? Well, let's skip again. Hello? Beeping?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
Yeah.
As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But
I
of
like
course,
a good rant,
absolutely
actually.
anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get.
I'm
We
gonna
get
eat
these
a cookie while
demands that
he's doing
seek
this.
everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
It seems that this is now the world we live
that.
in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse.
No.
They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't
You
stand
mad,
the idea
bro?
of me
You
using
mad?
my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous.
Oh, I can leave. There's nowhere to go, though. Where'd the door go? Huh. Well, let's push the button again.
The end is never the end, is never the
Hey,
end,
that's
is
the
never
loading
end,
screen.
Is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Getting a little leaky in here. Oh! Well, hey, how long has it been now? Oh, jeez. Hey, I can see the sky now. I can probably, like, climb out here. Looks like there's a stepladder over here. Ooh! Look at these nice plants. This is lovely. I could spend the rest of my life here. Oh. Oh no, the plants. I wanted to spend my life here, but this seems awful. Why is it all pure black void? Oh. Hello? Eldritch Horror. What can I... How... Can you help me? Mr. Eldritch Horror? This is probably the only light in all of existence at this point. Oh! Well, this is pretty nice, actually. Can I take my skip button with me? I don't know, it's been a good friend to me. Wasn't this like all water and stuff? Man, the erosion of time. It truly is the greatest enemy of existence. You suck, crony. I'm kidding, I love you, crony. Please don't be mad at me. Oh, and we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Rika wanted an ending, right? Hold on. Up. Stay on the conveyor belt. Let's go stay on the conveyor belt for Rika, and then we'll do... Oh. And then we'll do more new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took
I don't know that I
first
heard air
open door on
sirens. I
his
definitely
left.
heard eldritch beings of evil abomination.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I like things that
There's
are about
someone you've
me.
been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I don't think it was for her. There's a girl here? Heck yeah.
This is it, Stanley. Your
I don't
chance to
think it
redeem
was
yourself,
a nuclear
to put your
wasteland.
work
I think it was
aside,
literally like millions
to
of years
let her
have
back
passed.
into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh, this is how we get here. Okay.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Okay, I will call
If you
Rika.
can truly place your faith.
Hi, Rika.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Bread? No, well, that
All
can't be Rika.
right.
Rika can't cook.
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Aww.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No.
They'd want to commit their life to you.
No one.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
I'm a mess.
I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
oh.
but you're in my story now.
No. No. Oh no.
This is a very sad story about the death of a
Death?
man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
True.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I don't know that I did.
But in his mind,
I'm pressing the button, so.
in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Why are you being relatable?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Yeah, that happened.
The thought excited him terribly.
Sometimes the boys.
So he went further.
Oh,
he
no.
imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door.
I do not.
The mere thought
give me
that
not the
his
burden of
decisions
choice.
would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world,
oh no,
he began to
the
fill
floor
it
is
with many
changing.
possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Oh wait, I didn't do that one.
And down another was a game with a baby.
Okay, I did do
and
that
he
one.
called it the Stanley Parable.
What is a parable?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Oh, I love you, wife.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality,
They
all
took
he's
my
doing
wife
is
from
pushing
me.
the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
God, I wish.
And I'm trying to tell him this,
Wish I
that
could
in this
forget
world
what
he
the
can
real life
never be
is.
anything but an observer, that as long as he
The
remains
story was
here,
a point
he's
morally or
slowly
spiritually.
killing
I see.
himself.
I
But
see.
he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. How long do I have to wait? Okay.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I
Question
can't.
nothing.
Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Maybe this time.
And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh. I didn't push a button, though. Alright, back to the new content. I hope you're happy, Rika. You made me think I
All
had
his co-workers
someone who
were
loved
gone.
me,
What could
and then
it
I
mean?
didn't, and I cried,
Stanley
and then I
decided
died.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. Is this the same, like, presentation as last time? Oh, nope, it's different. It's a loading screen. But I want to go that way. Okay, fine, we'll go in the elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
I agree.
So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step
Oh no, it's dark
even
now.
further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
2! The end is never the end.
Yes,
Again!
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly
427.
re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2. Oh, 2. Yeah. This is Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
I don't know. Ultra Deluxe is pretty
What does
good.
it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Off-painting
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, that sounds awful, actually. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of this chart. Cool red-colored section of the chart. Old plus busted. New hotness. They're back.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Scrum. Design
I
pitch.
figure that
Break.
if I can loosely
Pitch
organize
design.
a handful of
Number 2
interesting
chat.
concepts, that surely the game will sort of
2.
naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Wait, the prequel to Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to it. To the Stanley Parable. The prequel. Wait, it's the prequel and the sequel? It's a pre-sequel? New features. Oh. Chairs. That's where you're supposed to take a picture and pretend there's a big cool board there. So people get jealous and think like everybody's lining up at once.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh. The reassurance bucket? I want to know what the reassurance bucket is.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
I mean, that was the point of
that
it.
it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in
no
those who
bucket.
played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration,
Where's the
I
bucket?
engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see,
The
Stanley,
bucket.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Is it an
As
SCP?
long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal.
I
and
want
perhaps
to grab
even
the hook.
comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Let me have it.
Give it a try.
Bucket. Hello?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort,
I don't know.
even
I
in
don't
the
think I
face
can.
of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
I'm gonna steal the
I
bucket.
think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Let me out.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
Well, how
All
good
this
could the
and
bucket
more
be if I still
awaits you
sneezed,
in the
huh?
Stanley Parable 2.
I can take the bucket with me?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Please, no screenshots. Well,
Okay, I'll be
I
honest,
won't
I
take
haven't yet
screenshots.
decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and happy 12th birthday.
Why would it-
Which would you go
Why
with?
would it be someone's 12th birthday? Do I pick? Oh. That one invokes
Sometimes
questions.
when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really
Yeah.
wanted all along.
That's true.
Get well, someday it is.
Oh. That's definitely true, though.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
But I want...
Come now. You've already made your choice.
Yeah.
It's true that you chose badly.
No.
But we all have to move on from our mistakes.
No, I want happy 12th birthday. That niece. Oh. Well, you didn't tell me that. Now it's boring. Because now we know who it's about. That's less cool. Ooh, what's over here? I don't care about the free new easy achievement. I want to know what's behind here. Distant space, falling, distant past, distant space time, distant future. Time like infinity. How the deep? What? Okay. Opening. That's your colon. That's also your colon.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Jumping
This
into
is
a
in
hole?
fact a hole that you can fall down forever.
Spy
That's
Kids
right.
did that in like
Infinite
26.
falling. You can fall until
2006.
the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Whee. I have the bucket though, so it's okay.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
It's
Now
okay.
then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No. We're just gonna keep falling, because he's gonna say stuff.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
There's a bottom to
Maybe do
this.
it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
There's a bottom to this, and he doesn't want me to see it.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly
Yep.
exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition
I can
of
see the bottom.
infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely
Oh.
philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay.
I'm alive?
Well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat,
Every
and you're
pause
so
button is a
clever.
Roman numeral
Look,
2.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually
Just the
fascinated
two
by
of us.
falling.
We can
What
make
normal
it if we
person
try.
actually wants to
Just the
fall
two of
infinitely?
us. Just
I
the
figured
two
the hole
of
was
us.
as deep
Just
as
the
anyone would
two
actually
of
need.
us.
Don't you
Building
put this
castles
on
in
me.
the sky.
Maybe you're the
Just
problem.
the two of us. Just you and
Things got
I.
a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why
Management
don't
to
we just
everyone.
put all this behind
Meeting
us
at
and
2
agree
p.m.
to just call
Ah.
the whole mostly infinite? If that
Yeah,
works
2
for
p.m.
you, then go ahead and
New
press the
mug.
teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole.
Ew,
and we can move
cigarette
on.
butts.
I'll
Who's
just be
been
up here
throwing
when
cigarettes
you're ready.
into here? Don't smoke, kids. It's bad. Okay, I'm
Great.
gonna go up.
Now, I'm
Oh, this
very
is-
excited
this isn't
to
where
show
I
you
was.
even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oh, oops, I fell into the
for
hole.
heaven- You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not
Oh no, I
more.
think
A
human
normal
existence
person
is
would have said,
enjoying
"Yep, that's an
holes."
infinite hole right there. Goes on forever
It
till
doesn't,
the end of
though.
time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of. Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah, it definitely
I
is.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there
Look,
than you
you
did
can-
before. I mean,
This hole was
admittedly,
made for me.
I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
Yeah, it's
Well,
definitely
I
like
suppose once
closer.
again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it's real
I'm
short
starting
now.
to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep,
Yeah, no, that was
even by
pretty
the
quick,
lax
actually.
overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
It's an SCP.
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lies. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
I have the bucket.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's not working.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Yeah, no,
Still
it's not
nothing?
working.
Well, I suppose there is one thing
Yeah,
I can do to
give
fix
me back
this.
the jump button.
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear
Wait,
to
what?
be away from the hole, and
No, you
now
can't
you'll get
abandon
more
me.
time with it than you could ever have asked.
No, wait!
It's a win for everyone.
Help! I
You
can't
get to
go
be
over
with the
this,
hole,
like,
I
less
get to
than
do
knee-sized
literally
hole.
anything else. Take care, Stanley.
No, come
I
back!
hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I mean, I'd like eternity with a hole. That sounds nice, but don't leave me. I need someone to watch. Hello? Is it the hole? Oh no, it's going down. As above, so below. Whee! It's okay, I have a bucket of reassurance. Okay, this is a little loud. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye now. Bye-bye. Change my perspective. Ooh. No, wait, but I need to pick my bucket up. I can't be reassured if I'm not holding my bucket. This is Alan Wake. Stanley, you're kind of ugly. Heck yeah, let's dance. Oh, I don't like that. Oh no. Oh, puppies! Ooh,
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up.
Oh, we're in Egypt now. Oh no. Oh no, help. Help me. Help. I do have legs. You're right. That's not canon.
Stanley? Stanley?
Help.
Stanley?
Help me. Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Okay, I like
From the
talking to
looks
you.
of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
We're sharing?
I'm
I don't know
looking
about
forward to
that. I
all
just
of
want you to
them.
watch.
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Oh wait, it's gonna sync again. Oh no. Oh no, here we go again. Okay, we're just gonna put me back now. Oh, that was fun. I still get the bucket.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right, let's see what the rest of that area has. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the
Aw.
first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece,
Well,
then.
just give me more jumps. Oh. How could you do this? How could you make me excited for something and then pull it away in a sheer disappointment? Alright, back into the colon. Oh. Wait, but there was more there that wasn't the hole. It took my hole from me. What happens if I go this way? Alright, well, onward to mail. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Whole new office. It's that beeping again. Hello? Okay. New update. Ray tracing! More of the same, but in a good way. I don't think it likes that I have a stream on. I think it knows. It's the two doors symbolizing the two choices.
For
Just like in
Stanley
the first
Parable
game.
2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
I don't know about
So with
that.
that
I
in
don't think that's
mind,
true.
my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Are you gonna say
Isn't
Stanley
that
or Celsius?
wonderful?
Jim.
That's not my
Sorry,
name.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
But this is false
Here,
advertising.
Let's have you role play as
But
Jim
my name's
to
not
really
Jim.
simulate the full experience of this feature.
No.
Just play along. I promise
I
you'll
don't want
love
to.
it.
I'm not Jim.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person
No,
named
I'm gonna
Jim.
leave.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Help, I'm not
falling
Jim.
in love
I'm not
and being
Jim.
heartbroken
Help me.
as Jim.
Help me.
Seizing
Help.
all of the
Let
world's
me out. I'm not
possibilities
Jim.
as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
My name
Do
is
you
not
feel it
Rick.
deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
No.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Can I go somewhere else? Because I'm not Jim. Why aren't any of these doors open? Joe, Gene, Dave. That's you, but it's not me. I'm not Jim. I will press the button simply to go forward, but I do not accept the universe in which I am Jim.
Jim.
Yes, you see.
It's so
what a thrill,
deadpan.
what a rush.
I
That
love
was
it.
you. The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
No,
Let's
it
take
wouldn't.
a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Let's go chase it. Let's go find the gym button. Bed's down here. Can't take this button away from me. You gave it to me! You said it was mine! Oh. What's wrong, Jim?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play
Oh.
the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me
You
the
heard
work of
Jim in
finishing
the
this
game.
feature.
Hello? Oh. It's a guy. I don't like him.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
No,
yes,
that wouldn't make sense,
Yes, it would go at
actually.
the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
This technically is an epilogue to the Stanley Parable. Settings World Champion. Settings World Champion. I really thought there would be a setting that I could turn on to go in there. Oh well, we'll come back to that. Let's go get our free easy achievement. Pull the lever, receive your achievement. No more steps, it just works!
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
You're gonna give
You
it
see,
to me?
You'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I like achievements.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm
No,
not a
you
wizard,
can't-
Stanley,
you
but I
can't
guarantee
do
it will
this
be
to
fixed
me.
in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I'm gonna hit this until it works. I'm not stopping until something happens. So if you want me to rant about something while I'm doing this, just give me something. Give me a topic. With the understanding that it will end as soon as I get this achievement. Snapple! Snapple's like okay. It's not my favorite stuff, but it's like, it's fine. I've drank many a Snapple in my life. I prefer like brisk iced tea. But like, only when it's cold. Like, okay, a warm Snapple is better than a warm brisk. But if they're both cold, brisk is better. Yeah, holding it doesn't do anything. I have a feeling there are actually going to be things that unlock. So I will come back later. Because he's talking about an epilogue, and there's that door that I can't
What
get
else?
into.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's go into, like, the merch room. Can you find them? Are there collectibles now?
Ah, collectibles.
Oh, no!
Now it's a real video game.
Wait,
In
I had-
Stanley Parable
this is
2,
where I had a heart
you'll
attack
run
and went
around
crazy.
gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Oh, it's like
I
Donkey
don't want
Kong.
to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
Ooh, number
You
go up
simply
is
collect
nice.
all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Hello? Okay. Don't like that. Oh, I do like that, though. Can I go back? No. I like my reassurance bucket, it's
God,
nice.
it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, that's why I like the Riddler trophies in Batman Arkham Asylum. They're even better in Arkham City. There were like 500 of them and they did nothing. Conjoined twins. Oh, hey, look, it's a doll.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
No.
Ready to move on now?
No, I'm not. I haven't found all of my all of my collectibles yet. There's probably more of them here. All right, let's see. We got the new achievement. Went in the hole. Can't go there. There was more stuff over here though, wasn't there? No, I went into the gym hole. That's where the reassurance bucket was. Let's see what happens if I go back to the reassurance bucket. Will it give me a second bucket? Oh, that'd be nice. It'd be lit, as the kids say. No. Alright, well, I guess we do move on now. Collectibles, bowls to collect, collectibles. I wish I could go back to the hole. There was stuff I didn't do over there, like not going down the hole. I like that painting. I would have that painting. I don't care that it's about dolls, and I don't like dolls. Oh! It's Trevor from Achievement Hunter. I'm kidding. I don't not like dolls. I just, you know, I gotta say things.
What do you
to
think?
Sarika sometimes.
Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come
It's the only
together
thing that,
as one
keeps me
single
going in life.
coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
My hole! I see the collectibles.
Well,
Wait,
I
let me
mean,
down.
there's potential here, right?
I need the
It's
collectibles.
Sort of. Okay, never mind.
There's 36
Hold on.
jumps!
Let me do a different
Wait, no,
arrangement.
but I need to jump!
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
There's 2 holes now!
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Jump circle
And I do
hole.
very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
Yeah.
Wait,
Right.
maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Okay.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original
Right.
game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could.
I like that the
but
walls
it would need
disappear
a
when
really,
you need
really
to be able to
tremendous
see into
title
it.
screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It's in a book. I don't want to go to credits. I want to begin the game. I wonder if there was stuff on the title screen to do.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I won't skip it.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Right.
Employee
I lied. I'm gonna skip it. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Get well someday.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
This
room.
is Stanley
Perhaps he had
Parable
simply
2.
missed a
My
memo.
bucket! I
Stanley
can't.
picked up the
Yay! Alright, but wait, this is where the new content was. Let me in.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
The
telling
bucket's
him
telling
that
me
the
to go to the
employee
lounge.
lounge was simply the place to be.
Wait, but
And
no,
here it
I
was.
want
Had
to
the
figure
bucket
things out
turned
for
out to be
myself.
correct?
I
Was
don't
this
want.
better than the
I don't
meeting
want to
room?
follow the
Yes,
leadership of a
Stanley thought to
bucket.
himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
It's supposed to help
How
me, not
insightful
guide
the
me.
bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
it?
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
I
room.
mean, I guess I did say I don't want to be guided by a bucket.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Whee! Where does this go?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad
Oh,
you
this is
found
some of the
your
new
way
stuff.
here. I knew you'd find this place
Oh.
eventually.
Oh yeah, some of the yellow lines.
You see, your friends
it's
and
my
I are
wife and kid.
concerned for you, Stanley.
And my computer.
We've come together here because
Stapler.
we care about you very
That's not
much.
a stapler.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
That's not a
The
stapler.
bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure
The
Line
broom
and the
closet!
Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I mean, some of that's
Yes, I
true,
know I'm
but-
the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time
No,
with
but
it.
I want the bucket.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No, I
we
haven't
could make
done
the
that yet.
Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I'm gonna stay in here. Give me a new broom closet ending. I know it's a pencil sharpener. I know, I fucked up. I'm sorry.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I feel like this is like royalty-free music because I've definitely heard this.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give
No,
something
you
up.
can't take my bucket. I'm gonna leave. You can't have my bucket. It's mine. Surprised I can actually go back at all. If I go all the way back, will he say something different? I'm gonna take my bucket and I'm gonna go hide in the broom closet. I did it. Okay, we're just gonna go. The bucket's not that important. See, like, the bucket's not important, but then when they try to take it away from me, then it's like, no, my bucket. Portal. Portal's a cool game. I don't actually know that I've ever played Portal 1. If he asks you to give up the bucket, go to the closet, maybe. Probably not. I don't think that's actually a thing. Oh, well,
Don't
the
you
door
get
closed.
it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
I'll
True,
kill myself
it also
before
was
giving this
not in
bucket.
the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I know what to
Can
do.
you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
I know what to do.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Okay. Bucket, I love you too much to say goodbye, so murder-suicide.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
That's a shame.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
You're not getting my
the
bucket.
Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
No.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
It's my bucket.
Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh, it blew up. Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. You were the worst character.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
I love this
For the
game.
moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Oh no, it's getting dark. Did I die? Uh-oh. Well, you know what they say.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
They say bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Alright, let's see what the bucket destroyer
Stanley
does this
clutched the
time.
bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
I wonder
be.
if the bucket
And
can
here
help
it
me
was.
avoid
Had
nuclear
the bucket
holocaust.
turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Yeah, hurry up.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Hello, Mr.
The
Stapler. How are
bucket
you
isn't
doing?
even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
didn't even do the
and it
Adventure
played
Line
some
this
silly
time.
music as well.
You know what? I think this song was like the trailer music
Now
for
this is
the
what the
Deluxe,
Stanley Parable
actually.
is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Hurry up.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce
Hurry
a
up.
brand new character.
I don't care about your new character.
This
Hurry it up.
is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into
Oh
the
no,
machine when
it
you're
won't
ready.
let me. I can't.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
I actually
don't know
can't
what the
give it the
bucket
bucket.
destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure,
All right. Well, we wasted time there because I couldn't do it. So let's just start over. All right, we're gonna take the bucket to the original
all
ending.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
True.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
Oh.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
Okay.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom
that
closet.
makes sense.
That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
That makes
Good for you,
sense.
Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
I'll give it to it next
Given
time.
the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'll give it to it next time. Bucket for toilet. Oh,
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all
I don't
of these.
believe
Only
you.
the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness.
Yeah, hurry up.
Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across
up.
one of these beautiful figurines.
I cannot get toilet water. Badge. Oh wait, this door is different. Wait, that's not my boss's office. Wait. Oh. Here's my boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion
What was
and
it? It was
chaos.
like 2845?
It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket. Do I have to do all the endings now with the bucket?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him,
Did they
comforting
really,
him,
like, re-record
reassuring that
the
in this
entire
darkest
game
moment of uncertainty,
with new
he
dialogue,
would be
including
right.
a bucket?
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
One
that
day.
read Mind Control Facility.
This is where we started the stream.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered.
Alright, where's
to
the skip button?
themselves. monitors jumped to life.
Fired?
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Well, those are new.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like
No one
guinea
was fired
pigs.
last time I was here.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, what happened to that one? What happened to 234?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
Fire
His
it!
own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Squeeze it too
At
tight.
this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I wonder if the bucket
But
will
here
save
was the
me
proof.
from certain
The
deaths.
heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley
We're gonna
decided
turn
that
it
this
on.
machinery would never again exert it. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed
What?
the button to
The
turn
bucket
on the
pressed it?
controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim
Oh,
the
no.
power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Bucket, why?
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust
No, I
when
can't do
suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh,
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
bird. Bird. Oh no, I don't want those birds.
Stanley
Bird.
flipped through one video of silly birds after another,
Bird.
and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Okay, we're gonna leave now.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they
Okay.
spent the rest of their lives here in this place.
Oh, no.
Flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Oh, I don't.
Of all the
No.
possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
No, I don't think it is.
And Stanley was happy.
No, I'm not. Why would you say that about me? Alright, now we get to go do that all again, and actually, no, that's probably just where it goes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Wait, again?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket's kind of annoying, I'm gonna
Stanley
be
took
honest.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
What if
Stanley
I
did not
defied
question
both
why
the
or how
bucket
this bucket was speaking
and
to
the
him.
narrator?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley
go back
chose
over
not to
there.
think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, I didn't. Danger everywhere. You're in here? Oh.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says,
Oh, no bucket
buckets
past
past
this
this
point."
point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
I don't
suppose
know
that
what
would explain
bucket.
a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't.
But you said you didn't like the bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Help me, bucket.
Now then, I'm
Why
going
am
to
I
run
on a
you through
why am
some
I on a
test
strip club
scenarios,
runway?
and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple
Hello?
enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Bucket.
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But it's a bucket.
Item
Bucket.
2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect.
Oh.
It is a 3D printed
But that's
recreation
still
of
a
a bucket,
bucket.
not an actual bucket.
That's still a bucket. If something walks like a bucket and talks like a bucket, it's a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Bucket.
Correct.
Yay.
This is a bucket.
Bucket.
Item 4.
That's a
Is
big
this a
bucket.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's a big
It's
bucket.
an
Look,
enormous
you
machine
can,
that
there's a
tills
hole
the
on the
earth.
top. You
I
can
thought
just,
this was
you
a
just
gimmick.
put the water
How
in
on
and you
earth
fill
did
it
you
up.
manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on
Bucket.
to the next one.
Bucket!
Is this a
It's another
bucket?
bucket. You just asked me that. I told you it's a bucket.
Correct.
See?
This is a bucket.
See? I told you it was a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No, it's not a bucket.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha.
But how can it be but not be bucket?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bucket!
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
Yeah, there is.
And I
It's just
don't
invisible.
appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore
Well,
nothing
okay.
could possibly be something.
But nothing
Unless, in your
holds
twisted
everything.
mind, have you somehow
Therefore,
convinced yourself
a
that a bucket
nothing
is nothing?
holds
Answer me
everything,
straight,
so it's a
Stanley.
bucket
You
because it's
believe
holding.
that nothing is a bucket?
Bucket!
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence.
Bucket!
And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am
Yeah,
I
you're a bucket.
bucket?
You're holding all your flesh organs.
Stanley,
that means
I
you're
can't
a bucket.
keep doing this. I'm
You're
losing
holding
myself,
it.
and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the
No!
game entirely.
My bucket!
Okay, here we go.
I didn't even put it in the closet yet.
What happened? Is everything gone?
I told
Why did
you.
everything disappear? Wait, was everything a
Yeah,
bucket?
because it
Every
holds
single
stuff.
thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
I told you.
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket
Oh,
either.
yeah, I'm a slime.
Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Yes,
okay?
bring me back my
And
bucket.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
True,
All right, here we
it's
go.
hard to comprehend such high-level bucket techniques. All right,
All of his co-workers
let's
were
see where the
gone.
bucket wanted
What
me
could
to
it
go
mean?
now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to
No,
do.
it's a collectible!
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley
we're gonna
chose
have to
not
come
to
over
think
there
about this
later.
obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
That's a new path that was not there in the original game.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Wait, what dark room? There's no dark room here. There's that, but I can't go in there. This room's pretty bright. Oh, that one's pretty dark, though. Oh, no.
Now pick
My
up the
wife!
phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket. Is the bucket my wife? Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you. I don't want to go to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Well, actually, I think it's you saying it to me. Wait, where's my bucket? Huh. Why don't I have my bucket? Bucket! Bucket! Bucket!
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
Hey,
I
listen,
want to say
we
something to him,
we
but I
all
don't
do
know
what we
how
have
I
to
can
do to cope
convince
with
him.
life.
I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen
Bucket.
to me. It's
Bucket.
just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a
I mean,
different
isn't that what
location.
reproduction
That's it.
basically is?
It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took
Maybe
orders
I'm
from.
happy
Me he
with the
trusted and
bucket.
listened
Did
to.
you ever
Now,
think
all
about
he cares
that?
about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Do you ever think about that? That maybe I'm happy with the bucket and I'm doing it because I want to? Because I love the bucket?
Sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Where bucket? Bucket, bucket! You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
I'm going,
It's
I'm
just a
going, I'm
little
going,
more,
I'm going, I'm going, I'm
trying
going,
to
I'm
say,
going to, I'm going, I'm
sturdier,
going, I'm going, I'm
more
going to the
capable of
hardware
transporting liquid.
store.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Maybe I took it from the walrus.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to
I don't
point
know
out
the
the ways
shadow.
in which it's
so much more than just a regular bucket.
Because it's a good bucket.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket.
Oh.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with
okay.
the bucket? Hear what the bucket has
I
to
want the
say.
frying
Do
pan.
anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
We
this
turned
would
on
be
the
less
mind control
confusing.
device.
Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No, it's my
I need
bucket.
It. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Go back to work, Stanley.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Bucket.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright, we have to be very careful because we can actually die here.
Another miniature
Collectible.
Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What
Miniature
about
Stanley
mini
figurine.
stands? Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Stanlerines.
Another Stanlerine.
Where did
under
the
your
L
belt.
come from? There's no L in... Oh, I guess there is an L in Stanley. Uh-oh. Oh, hi. Hello? Where are we? I'm frightened. I'm glad I have my bucket to protect me. Okay. Cassettes. Cassette tapes? Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number...
Is this the original narrator?
I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket,
Oh my god.
the less
The bucket
sense
actually changes
anything
things wherever I
makes.
go.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this
Well, you
bucket
see, when you
is
have
in my
something that you
arms.
love and you hold it tight,
Why
everything is
everything
brighter and better.
feels so-
And once it's taken away from you, the world is grey and sad, and that's why I've been depressed
What
for
do
years.
I do with this treasure? I can
We can make money off
monetize
of it. Money! That's better than a bucket.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Yeah, but then probably like
This
someone will stab you
It's
for
my
trying to take away
golden
the bucket.
ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a
Yeah.
target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there? Gamborata.
Gamborata? The Hexagon Barada. Hey, those are the sounds that we got from the skip button. Oh! Well, that was comforting. Let's go give the
meeting
bucket to
room.
the broom
Yes,
closet.
that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We haven't gone down the stairs with the bucket either yet, so I guess we gotta do that. I didn't expect... Oh. There will be rewards for finding them all. This is different. Warehouse aid access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Need more planks. Oh. Wait. I think I've... Are these actual things that I've done? Huh. Okay. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Okay. Okay. These are the Stanleys. We gotta find the Stanleys. Oh well, books like 427. Okay. Well, I know where some of those Stanleys are.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Yeah, I'm trying to put the bucket
broom
down.
closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Okay.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
No, I want to, though.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
No, I want to give
This
it
is
the
your
bucket.
bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
Oh no!
That your relationship is purely superficial and
I
convenient.
mean, probably.
That
I'm
your
using it
life
for
is
reassurance.
so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I never.
No, it's
Go
right.
on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
I've
Let
known
him
this
have
bucket
it.
for like less than an hour, I think.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property of
There.
Stanley.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Bucket!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing
Well, yeah,
you're holding
everything's
is
a
a
bucket.
bucket or
We
not,
established that.
you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be
no.
honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, I go outside. Now I go back in. Okay, I guess that's all. Down we go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Oh,
office.
this is different. Hello?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies.
Stanley? What name better
Figlies.
encapsulates the
I like
intrinsic
fig-
sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm
Number.
sure it
Number
will
go
come
up.
to me.
Thank you for number. That's not a button to light. Alright, let's get the crazy
But
ending.
Stanley
The
just
bucket.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Will the bucket
All
save
because
me?
he believed everyone had vanished?
The bucket will
His
be able to
boss would
hear
think
me
he was
screaming.
crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and
Oh
comfort.
no.
And that's when Stanley
But
realized,
the bucket.
this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
But
Someone
it-
else's bucket,
but it says
perhaps.
property
How
of
did I
Stanley.
end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good
No,
would
my
come from
bucket!
this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
My bucket's gone!
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh, wait, no!
Gracious.
No, I can't I don't want to
Without
float off
my
the ground. I need
bucket,
my
I've gone
bucket.
truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to
My
him.
bucket's calling me. I'm coming, bucket.
it's me, the bucket.
Buckets!
Could it
Did-
truly be? He rushed
one's
forward
my
from room
bucket,
to room,
though?
passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special
Right,
bucket.
I have property of Stanley clapped on it.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming
Is it on
from.
my head?
The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, that's weird.
It was incredibly painful.
Well,
Stanley
I
doubled
guess.
over in agony and blacked out.
oh, but my bucket. It didn't save me.
This is the story of a woman
It
named
didn't save
Mariella.
me. Please have a bucket in the scene.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket
up
of
her
comfort
bucket,
and
okay.
security, and walked to her place of work. But on
She
this
stole my
particular
bucket.
day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no
You stole
bucket.
my bucket.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought. to
Camera
herself,
slowly zooming
my
out.
life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflips? Okay, Leon. Calm down.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
today.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, hey, look, it's got my name on it now. We can leave the bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Some are red and blue and nearby a fireplace. Fireplace would be the office, but I went there, my boss's office, but I already went there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
in here? Oh, don't kill the panda. Business strategy. Ugh. Elevator. Where are we going? Let's go up. I like Up. It's a good movie. I wish I had my bucket. Wait, this is the same room. Go down? I don't think this elevator works. Huh. Maybe I need my bucket for it. Alright, where's the evil white door? Here it is. I can't open it without my bucket. Unless I need to go into the toilet first. Oh, I need my bucket. Well, there's an ending we didn't get in here anyway.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
I put that in backwards.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Dang.
Stanley just sat around, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
There it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines.
That's
Very
not
soon,
the
you'll collect
word.
the last one, and then the first
Figleaves.
number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different
Amazing.
people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
I guess that's true. I can't give them away. Alright, this time we're gonna turn the brain machine on. We're gonna turn it on
Stanley
without
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Yes, I've been here. Let's
What
let's hurry
horrible
up.
secret did this place hold?
Where's my skip button?
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Are people still fired
the
in the
lives
pirate?
of so many individuals
does
reduced
the
to
bucket
images
cause
on a
that?
screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place
Yeah, they're
where
still
freedom
fired.
meant nothing.
And they are a pirate. The bucket did not cause that.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the control. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted?
I do.
Control?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
But I didn't
if you
want
want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
I like that.
All until detonation then, let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine.
I'll find 0.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me.
There's 2, there's 1, there's 0.
What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
4.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate
Enable
to see
backup
it go.
power.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Incorrect. I don't actually know if there is anything that I can do here.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
No! No!
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy.
No!
You wanted to control this world.
I want.
Fine.
Yeah, I want control. Give me control. No.
First, so you
No, don't tell me goodbye. I've been a good boy.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
No!
No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
No, I don't want to go
Would
boom.
you cling desperately to your frail life? or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
Hey,
Or
no!
don't. It's all the same to me. All a
Let
part
me
of
out!
the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment
Power
you
button.
fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Oh. Yeah, we're live.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I need the bucket
What
again.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Just one left.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, now can I... Oh, that's just the door that I come from. I was a fool. Alright, well, let's do... Let's see one more
Stepping
if
into
I
his
turn
manager's
off it with
office,
the bucket.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The bucket.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Thank you, bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I do wish there was like a skip button for moments like this where it's like, been down here a few times, and it just takes a little while.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Stanley. I'm a good friend.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another.
Oh, this is a little different.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Do I actually just get to escape with the bucket?
Yes, they had done it.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live.
Okay, the
once they
bucket's gonna
stepped
kill
through
me
this
now.
massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Ooh, that sounds
Both of
nice.
them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Alright, that's weird.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned. but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh.
What? Wait. What was
I
happening?
mean, we can make that
Why
jump.
had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in
I
uncertainty.
can make that jump.
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No, throw the bucket out. Let the
Facility
bucket be
itself
free.
recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Oh, no.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad.
That's
Stanley
pretty bad,
thought to
actually.
himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well, okay. Oh. This is different. Come, bucket.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, but there were whole rooms gone.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wow. Done this already. Huh. I wonder if something would have been
How long
different.
was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? The bucket made Stanley
Oh, well.
want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
I actually don't want the bucket right now. I can't take the bucket to a place that I need to be, and there's a thing that I haven't
meeting
done
room.
without the bucket.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
No, I
it.
want to see if I can go down the thing
was
without the
okay.
bucket and get that, like, adventure line that he keeps talking
But
about.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Well, I don't have a choice. Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Oh, you actually let me go this way. Oh, hey, we're up here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
No.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Okay, from the top.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, well, let's go get the last collectible. Hello?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room
I don't think
with all the
so.
monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Let's go this way. Oh. Oh, well, this doesn't seem good. Seems, very not good at all, actually. These paths seem to be looping into each other in ways that are not physically possible.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I couldn't take the bucket, so I think things are gonna be there. No doors.
Yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Surname access.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh, now we're trapped in a looping
No,
room.
wait,
Oh,
never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace
well,
our
we went
steps.
the other way. It was a dead end. Hello?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
This is the Baker
Is this
Estate.
the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
Make a new story.
You win!
Oh.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
I have a feeling this isn't going to go well.
All right,
The adventure
I've got a
line.
solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line.
No, I didn't raid. I
Just
forgot.
follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, were you streaming and tried to raid me? Hello, Frog the
You see,
Jammer.
the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
It's over here, though.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
It's over here.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
I went backwards.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa.
No.
Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music.
I like
to lighten
music.
the mood.
How's the parabola? It's pretty good. Okay, this is why I recognize that music. Man, the adventure line's going all over the place. It's a pretty good song, not gonna lie. A little loud though.
Cut the music, go back, and look at that fern.
Okay. This one?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
I don't believe you.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Where's the line gonna take
You
me
know
this
what,
time?
Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want a pizza.
Oh, no, not you again.
Oh, hey, it's the adventure line.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Goodbye, adventure line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Are you sure?
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Wait.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Hey. But why not the left? Oh.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
End up in the monitor room.
And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
Okay. Yeah, let's just restart
That's
it
really
again.
how all this goes?
Harry's gone after a long time. Stanley dies.
Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
I want to go to a bookstore.
Wall.
I get some
Well,
books.
Who
I
consulted
get some
me?
books for the archive.
Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Oh.
Does that mean... did we do it?
I don't think
Did we
so.
break the
I think we're
cycle?
now trapped here.
The,
forever.
Whatever it is that made this schedule. How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh no. Beep beep.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. When
You know
Stanley
what?
came to a set of two open doors,
I think we
he
need to
entered the
escape
door on
from
his
here.
left.
I think being here is bad and we need to get out. I've come to this conclusion. We're gonna get
Coming
out
to
of
a
here.
staircase,
I think
Stanley
I know how.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're gonna escape. Maybe by using some kind of pod.
The moment...
Haha! Impossible, I know. Who could have thought that we would go in and then out? Thank you, good luck. Trust the completionist instinct. I'm gonna go back to where I belong. We all know where that is. At work, where I slave away pressing buttons forever. Because that is the corporate world that we live in. Our existence is futile, and we exist only to press buttons for our corporate overlords. Hello, Bucket. A new door! Fuck. You are now leaving. I actually totally forgot about this ending. I was looking up some other stuff to... I was looking up how many bucket endings there were, basically. I remembered this one. I can't go in the red door? No. Also, yes, apparently every ending has a bucket variant now. Wait, I feel like I'm going in circles. Huh. Well, I guess we just keep going up. 758. Maybe they just look identical. Yeah, they do just look identical. So people that played Final Fantasy VII or its remake, did you guys take the stairs or the elevator? This is just a long hallway. Yes, yes it is. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Oh, that's it? Okay. Didn't even
Stanley
actually
knew
get
the
out.
office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
We
to
did
his...
it, we
This
escaped.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Now we're
Coming
gonna
to
get that
stairs,
ending again, but what's
Stanley
the
and the
bucket?
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in...
Goodbye, narrator. Promise not to forget you for at least a week. I like to think the narrator just keeps going with the story, not realizing that Stanley left. Oh, I can't go back into my office. You are now leaving. That's right. We're gonna make it, Bucket. We're gonna get out of here. They tried to stop us last time, but they can't stop us from getting into the escape pod. We'll make it. We're gonna make it out of here. I'm gonna get you free, Bucket. We're gonna be together. We're gonna watch that movie halfway through and then start from the end and watch it in reverse the rest of the way. It's really weird, but you know what? If that's what you want, Bucket, I'll support you. Yeah. Bucket. Oh no. Why oh no? We're gonna escape. We're gonna escape with the bucket. Look, there it is. There's the escape pod. Haha. Wait, just the bucket? Why can't I go with them? I mean, I do want to get the bucket out. That's right, Bucket. I love you. You can make it. If you can get out, everything will be okay. I won't forget you. I'll keep finding a way to get out. I'll come for you. Just don't forget about me. Goodbye, Bucket. Goodbye. We did it. The bucket is free.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
You made it, Bucket. So lock me out of
When Stanley
other bucket
came to a
endings.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think there was only like one other one that I could get, but all right, we're gonna do this one more ending, and then we're gonna go get the final.
Coming to a staircase,
The final
Stanley
fig
walked
leaf.
upstairs to his boss's office.
See what happens there.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Nope.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
Nope.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh, okay. I guess we have calming New Age music now.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I want to go back up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Maybe I want to go back to the office. It seems like a pretty nice place. Yeah, see? Look how
Here we
nice
are,
it is.
Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yeah.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again.
All right, let's
This
go
has
back down.
Fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
No.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Oh, hey, there's lights now.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
We did it!
This absolutely changes everything for me.
Yeah.
Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Okay. Oh, okay. Please hold. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Na, 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 na.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator.
Well, yeah, what else was I
How
gonna
did
do?
I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Back up we go.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator, but the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
Yeah.
That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
They do?
Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference
for me?
you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
How we did it, the pyramid... Live, the guy who went to Mars.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
My name's Stanley
and what
Ryder.
It means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Someone proud of me? Oh, wow, okay. I've never actually gotten this ending. They're all fake. Oh, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
My bucket. Oh, the bucket's back. I lied about the
try
figures.
not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Is it rude? I mean, I did
Stanley
lose
and the
it.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of...
The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
I was told to just hit 3 a lot. Alright, we're just gonna get it the normal way.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Shut up, narrator.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Whee. And back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
Number
I want to
3.
go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Yeah, I'm gonna press 3 a bunch.
The bucket said nothing.
3 is a good number.
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? What? Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Can you hear it? Can you hear that mashing of the button? No, maybe not. Doesn't seem to be picking up on it yet, so...
After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3
I'm pressing it! Did I somehow break it? Did I break the Stanley Parable by pressing 3 too well? Three, 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 three. Beep, beep, beep. 3, 3, 3, 3. That's the number for me. 3, 3, 3, 3. It's like it reminds me of a tree. 3, 3, 3, 3. That's what will set me free. 3, 3, 3, 3. It's the number for me. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Come on. Please. I'm hitting the 3. If I hit it on my keyboard. No, it's not working. This is press 3 a lot. Oh, no, go down and back up maybe.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Up. I gotta press more 3s, man.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The bucket has left me. The bucket's soul left when I let it out the escape pod.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
Please, bucket, I need
to let him know that the bucket appreciated
even if you don't believe in me, just tell me.
Absolutely nothing at all.
I need rejection at least. Silence is worse.
By a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Help. Don't leave me all alone like this.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
We can work this out. We can do it. We gotta go back up. I gotta show you the 3. I need to make you need to understand. Just please understand the 3.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the
listen,
public
I'll explain
on
it to you.
all
I'll make you
matters
understand.
relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others.
I'll make
you
you
see. To see the world react to this discovery
we'll make
of
it.
Stanley's.
We can work
and
this
it would
out.
be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here.
No.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
Oh no.
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day.
It's just describing every relationship I've ever had.
No more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
Why couldn't
Stanley,
you accept my love of 3?
Having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
3. I can't do it.
All of his co-workers
can't-
were gone.
I can't live
What could
like
it
this.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't
No
do
matter
this.
how hard Stanley
I
looked,
can't
he
without-
couldn't find a trace of
Without the
his
bucket,
co-workers.
without the 3 in my life. I can't do this.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game
No, I
structure
wanted to
and
die.
its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
Pretty
Isn't
white.
this a fun and unique place to be?
Oh.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Oh, am I sick? No, I think it's okay.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have
I don't
thought
think
of
I
it
can even
if I
actually-
hadn't brought up the issue in the first
I don't
place.
think I can actually
Oh,
interact with
now,
these.
think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time.
Not
What if
really.
the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration?
I don't know, I stayed in
and
the
this is
closet
rich.
for a while.
Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
I guess I have to manually reset it. But what if I just stay here? But what if I stay here? But what if I stay here? But what if I stay here? Okay. Why is it all red now? You know what? I will go back there. You're not gonna... Telephone?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home.
Wait, I don't have an actual wife.
We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot.
This isn't even my
Thanks,
desk.
See you tonight.
Oh.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent.
I'm gonna-
Stanley
you know what?
checked his
I
ego
need-
and then proceeded on.
I need the bucket to know. I need it to know just what it's done to me.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for
You-
the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
You deceived
The
me.
bucket began to tell Stanley
You
of its
wouldn't
life and its
accept me in
history,
my
of the
threes.
countless wars it witnessed,
You-
desecrating the land and lives of untold
You've
numbers of innocent
insulted
souls,
me.
and the bucket's own
You've
complicity
hated
therein,
me.
of sadness
I-
and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have
I
taken
don't
to
care
curb
about
the
your
madness and
history.
the decay, if only it
The
had been
things you've
stronger.
done to me can
Of
never
hope
be
and
taken
redemption,
back.
And its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man.
You need to
manifest
understand
justice
what
where
you've
none
done to
existed,
me.
and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
What brow?
No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard
Oh,
Gamburata
Gambura
first
again.
ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is what you get.
Is stupid! You are a bucket!
Maybe I would have believed you if you listened to me about the 3.
Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form,
Hello?
transforming into a mighty beast of untold power.
Excuse
its
me?
hands glistening like...
You lied to me!
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the
What you
incantations to summon their true
deserved.
power.
You weren't even the
Otherwise,
real
we would have
bucket.
easily
I
been
set our
overwhelmed by the
love
bucket's
free.
power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
We did it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright, let's go get the fig
Stanley
leaf.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We'll get the fig
Perhaps
leaf
he
and go
wanted
through
to
the
stop
red
by
door.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did we go through the red door at any point?
Stanley
Actually,
was
I
so
don't
bad
remember.
at following directions, it's incredible he
I think
wasn't
so.
fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I should do that
realize
without
that
the bucket.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
That's not
Savor
what you
this
called
moment,
them.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
We did it.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, we'll
Now
do the
listen
red.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I think I did come back here and do the red door, didn't I? Let's go through the blue and then go through the red.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
Yeah, this is the one where I kill myself.
Let me show you. What do we want?
Alright, let's see what the whiteboard has to say now. We got them.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. those figures.
Okay.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
I got all 6,
Wasn't
yes.
it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire
Not really,
life?
no.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
I don't know, it was okay, I'd
Yes,
rather money.
I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh,
I
okay.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Back in Elden Ring.
Just one more time.
Stanley found the collectibles. Oh, this wasn't here before.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
I guess that's true.
We were so innocent.
What if I don't pick
We'll
it
never
up?
be like that again, Stanley.
Wait. Oh.
And here was a second Stanley.
7.
You
Oh, I
found this
didn't-
one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
Should've picked up
You
that
did
other
that,
one.
Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
Hi, I did a
but
good
you
job.
continue to
I'm a
surprise me
smart
in all
boy.
sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I'm a good boy.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
I think I got this one first.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they?
I think
You
that's
know
the
what?
opposite
If
of
under the stairs
that ones.
feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Yeah.
Let's see, what came next?
What?
Oh yes, we found a fig
What?
in the pink room.
No, I've never
well,
been
I
here.
can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Do you guys hear the evil whispering? This is a Rika room right here. A Rikum, if you will.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god, it's like 2000. Okay. So, I knew this was gonna happen, but not like this. This is the only thing I saw about Ultra Deluxe. Apparently, the order does matter, because Pat got one of this about the staircase. Why is it low quality? I guess you know what? It's the quality the YouTube parody it's being would be. Yeah! narrative. Stanley, the narrative.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Damn, it took you 8 minutes to make. That's kind of impressive on how bad that is.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
It did indeed happen more
Who
recently.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
I actually missed
It was
one,
a
though.
moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then
You were
there
in
was
the
no
present.
more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, memory zone. Bye-bye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
Oh, no, the loading
Stop the
stopped.
loading screen.
Whoa.
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
No.
Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
Okay.
See how that feels.
Are you sure? I have like three or four more endings
the room
to do
with
still.
the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
The most recent
Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember?
Yeah,
the
it was a
video
pretty
we
good
watched?
video. This is the clip I saw.
Yes, I love that video.
I have hydrated. And we're back here, which... No, I don't remember this.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I don't know. There's evil in there, actually, I think.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Can I now, like, go over to the thing that I haven't been to yet? Because I never got a warehouse one again. Oh, no, the warehouse isn't real anymore. Toilet, toilet,
This was
toilet.
our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it
I do
too.
remember.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
It sucks, actually.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories.
For the dollar?
I want to keep going.
Oh,
What else is there? What came before this?
Can you find... Oh. Oh, we're back here? Okay. But this seems a lot more empty than it was.
Look, it's the terrible
time.
new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Oh,
In
shit,
fact,
Jump.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
No, you're not.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I'm trapped in the past.
Oh, yes.
Samurai
the
Jack would be
jeweled
jealous.
doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, we're back to our office.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something
Not
I feel
really.
I can remember. I can remember.
I mean, Half-Life 2, technically.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
I don't believe you.
And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
Probably.
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old.
Or
I want to
hydrate.
think for
I will
myself
hydrate.
again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
Wait, I don't like where this
I'll
is
be
going.
stronger this time. I'll take care of myself.
No.
I don't need Stanley anymore.
No, don't delete me.
Oh, but he truly was
Wait,
so
no,
much
stop.
fun to play with.
Stop.
You
Stop.
know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office,
okay,
and
thank
then
you.
I'll retire him
No,
for good.
no, I want
did
a
enjoy
few more,
telling the
actually.
story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man
Here
named
we
Stanley.
go.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, No, this isn't the right office, is it?
Is it?
Is
it
this
not?
Stanley's office?
This seems right. Oh, oh no, the door wouldn't be open yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I do need to check the...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Well, I'll check that later.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
I have forgotten no one.
I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
It is my chance to redeem myself.
To put your work aside.
You played me once.
To let her back into your
but not
life.
again.
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
I did.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
You were deceiving
Music
me.
comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices?
I'm a conundrum.
Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
You tried to destroy Stanley, so I took over.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely.
Yeah.
It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
That's right.
Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
I
won't
understand
have that kind of risk
nothing.
on
I
my
can't
watch.
read.
I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
No, you can't make me.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all
that sounds
people.
pretty good.
Or he
That's
could
nice.
spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
Well, I don't know how to do
Which
that.
choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant.
Oh, that's true.
And the
That's
feeling
correct.
should subside.
That brings
Your
me
instructor
existential
will
dread
guide you in an
to
exercise to
extremely
test and
great
reinforce
degree.
the material covered
It
in this
upsets me
video.
greatly.
Ah, Welcome
Oh,
back.
this
you
is
may
different.
have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
Okay.
But not to worry.
Okay.
Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been.
Okay.
This way, please.
Is it the doors? Oh, I
Now that
can't
we
jump
know
off
your
now.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Yeah, that'd be
that
pretty
story
weird.
would make no sense at all.
That's why Chrono
we
Trigger's
just need to
kinda
get you
amazing.
home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Where are you taking me, funny man?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
No. I don't wanna.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Right.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting
Right,
the
of
story
course,
first.
I understand.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
I got
Just
it.
follow my
I got
lead and
it.
you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two
Be
open
like
doors,
Stanley.
he entered the door on his left.
Be like Stanley.
No! Why did you do that?
I'm
Quickly,
Stanley.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Stanley.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work.
Good.
Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
Funny.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect?
Yeah.
How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever.
We'll just make a new
Reliving its
story.
impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
No, you don't. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait. But you can't do this. I'm still in it. Oh. What did you do? What have you done?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool.
Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Heh.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Yeah, I mean,
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
I was.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to.
No, he doesn't.
He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
Your story was pretty bad, actually.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There
Yeah,
was
it
a
was
whole
lame.
underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
All I did was press
It
a
would have been
button.
so perfect. I worked so hard on it.
Well,
I
you
tried
suck.
so hard to make...
The one where I hit the wrong
Just
button and
behave
blow up
exactly
was
as Stanley
more
would.
interesting.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On my right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That
You're gonna do it
means
one more
choosing
time, and if it happens
responsibly
again, I'll
and
go to the
always
left.
putting the story first. I'm
I
quite
gotta
sure
stretch.
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Oh, I need a good
he
stretch
entered
sometimes.
the door. on
Ah,
his
my
left.
shoulder. Ah, I pulled my shoulder. Rico, why would you do this to me?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, to the left now.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, I stopped the door from opening. Maybe he needs to make sure he knows the difference between left and right. Well,
Yet
I don't.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can only go forward. Oh, I can't even go into the bathroom. That means I probably couldn't have gone into, Can I defy him even further?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode.
Did I?
He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
I did?
Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up.
I don't know how to speak.
He would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 117. What was it? 115? 7?
Stanley spoke the
115.
code. Night Shark 115.
Yeah, but Stanley can't
He
speak.
spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I'm trying.
I'm
Well, yeah.
sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Why would
Otherwise,
you make
we can't
this
get on with the story. This
voice
is a
activated
crucial
in a
step.
thing that I can't voice? My character has no mouse and he must scream.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We did it.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please.
We did it.
I need you to make a choice.
We won.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Credit.
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this.
You got mad at me. You got mad at me.
Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Alright, now what if I did that with a bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nah.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Because I can.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Yes, it is.
Buckets can't talk. It was
I've
a joke.
seen many
Don't you get the
endings
joke? It's funny,
of
Stanley.
the bucket
a talking
talking.
bucket.
We need to completely
Can't you
destroy
see
the
how-
bucket
oh,
forever.
Goodness. I must have really
When-
bungled
I
up the
need to get
delivery
the
if you
bucket
actually
murder.
took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully...
Is it going to
wait,
give us
yes,
an
there is.
instructional video? Yep.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How
Well,
can it be used to
people
effectively
say, like,
silence
between
your
3 to 5
political
minutes.
enemies? And more importantly,
Or more.
can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
But like,
Thankfully,
probably
the
less than
answer
10.
to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them
No,
in a room
I am-
of no more
I
than
am
76 degrees
very
Fahrenheit,
much
with one of your
further than
arms
that from
raised
most
straight
people that I
upward
know.
at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Okay.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
What?
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the
no.
joke, including the specific times at which the
don't
recipient
think
of the
this is
joke will
correct.
laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
What?
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by
This
declaring
sounds
in your loudest
Actually,
possible
kind of
voice,
really funny.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Let's practice screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect
That would
example
be a
of
great time to just
expectations
end the stream
management,
without
which
any-
is the cornerstone of good
anything.
comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or
Okay,
learn as a comedian.
This does
An
somewhat
effective
actually
survey
happen.
should be no less than 10 pages long.
No, that's way
and
too
should
much.
include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled
I love
over
this
in
game.
laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
No,
After
they
all,
will
with
suffocate
each of us
on
needed
their
on the
laughter.
front lines of the war to fight the
What?
12-legged invader who threatened our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us,
Is this-
and their
is this
children after
Gambitane?
them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
The hell is going
This
on?
video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I'm frightened. I'm frightened of what is actually happening outside of this building. I don't want to leave it anymore.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what
No, I
you'll
don't think
call
I'll
me.
call you that.
Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right
Are
now.
you gonna, like, put your hand up?
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Wee.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional
you
video?
told me to
I
go
think
into
this
the
is
door on
all
the
covered
left.
very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done.
The
joke
bucket
is completely
sticker
done
is
and over.
missing.
It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley?
Yeah.
Are you proud?
Oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What happened to my bucket sticker?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's
That's
going
alright.
on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
No, this was how it
There was
went.
supposed to be a build-up to this point.
No,
a
we walked
dramatic
through that
display
door
of
and we went
remarkable
into the phone
comedic
room.
wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone.
Do you
Now
need?
the timing's
Do we
completely
need to go
off.
back to the memory zone? Do you
Jet
not
will never
remember?
land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately
Yeah.
after the two doors room.
Do we need to go
What an
back to the
egregious
memory zone?
mistake.
We can do it.
I've made a fool of myself.
It's okay. I'll let you.
I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back.
I don't
and
wanna watch
rewatch
the
that
video again.
instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh,
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Yep, because that's the way to get
What will
funny.
make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Obviously.
Let's see.
Alright, we got one more, and then I have to do something funky. Because we never, I need to talk to my wife again. Sorry, she's a little
Good
overbearing,
morning.
but...
Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness
Oh,
Foundation.
this is my
We are
wife.
confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Sure.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly.
Okay.
Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
You're welcome. Goodbye, bucket. Yeah, we never checked the tape without the bucket. That is also, by the way, a new
When
addition.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
I hope I learn more about Gamagora.
Business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This is a happiness and peace of mind committee. Yeah. I feel like
Stanley was
that
so
might
bad
be
at
in
following
this
directions.
universe.
It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Oh, wait, is this the narrator?
It seemed the office had begun. So far off the
You didn't think I was actually just a recording,
Oh.
did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look
Me
what you've done to
too.
me. This is all your fault.
Yeah, probably. Okay. So now, I have to turn off the game 4 times. I'm not kidding. And now we open the game again. Step. No, it's all in the narrator's head. Maybe. It's possible. That is not what time it is. I just have to set the time several times. Hang on. Before we start, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Alright, that's 2. Damn Eureka. Now I have Top Step Instant Death stuck in my head. My favorite time. (1 p.m.) It's a good time. 1 p.m. Your favorite time of day. Actually, it's technically more like 1:12, but 1 p.m. is when I expect it to happen. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 1 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 1 p.m.? It is almost completely inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. I don't know how people figure this stuff out. Like, because this is a game you beat in one setting. Or one sitting, not setting. Step. There you go. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of these two made-up words is the most appealing to you? Okubonkal or scrumptious? I like scrumptious. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? This is the time. It's the time that is right now the correct time. What time is it anyway? Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yeah. There's many things that you don't know about me. Help. Will you come back? Will you come back to visit me? Do I have to do it one more time? Yes, we have to do it one more time. Ha! Step. Instant death. I'm glad it picks up recording it pretty fast. Some games do not. It is 12:25. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us knows what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have you won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description. Well, that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue. Which, ironically, is not the last thing we're gonna do. Epilogue. Many, many years later. Oh! We're back in the skip timeline. Oh, why do I have an office chair? Where did I get that? Well, let's go. We got a journey to do. Where did the wood come from? There's nothing but decay everywhere. Let's turn that down a little bit. Oh no, the office chairs! The The sound sure is just blasting in my ears. Look, we're getting closer to the mountains. Will there even be anything at those mountains? Probably not. But we're getting closer. Oh. It's the memory land. We made it. Narrator, are you here? Why were we so far away from here? The Stanley Parable 2 wasn't ready yet. Did he do it? Did he make it ready for me? Is the button gonna say my name this time? Can I pull the achievement lever? Cookie Nine's blog. Review. The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time as the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and rather insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comfortable, a welcome reprieve from... Stanley Parable developers. No more sequels. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. When Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Ah, Rika wrote it. Aggregate review scores in game history. Second. Huh? Look, it's where we found that first figurine. Jim buttons.
Jim.
They never made it anyone else but Jim.
Jim. Stanley.
Stanley!
Jim. Stanley.
They did it. They made it say more than one name. Look, it's the figurines! I missed one. It's very disappointing. Oh, we're going into the infinitely deep hole. Back in the office. The two doors. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Passion. No. Dr. Gun. The third birthday. That's actually a good title, though. Stanley Parable 3, Dr. Gun. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. I understand. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Huh. Let's go see what happens if I say yes. Oh. Interesting. We're almost done, but we gotta go see the guy again, say yes, and see what happens. Then we got one more thing to do. Gotta take the bucket. Let it die, let it die, let it wither up and die. I have a feeling this is like they're making Stanley Parable 2 or something. Hoppa ba da, hoppa ba da ba, ba da ba da 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 ba da. It's so loud. Why is it loud? Ha. Bapa da ba da ba. Ha. Hopper da ba ba. Ha ba. Ba. Up ba ba ba. Up da da ba da ba. Wait, I didn't get to pull the lever though. My lever. My achievement lever. The rock has stopped me. They don't want me to go further. Ah. Ah. Ha. Ha. Bapa da ba. Bapa da ba da ba. If it doesn't fit in your mouth, it's not your ball. That's good wisdom. And alright, let's see if anything changes if I agree to them. Hello. I am back. Hello. Sure. It's equal every time you start the game. If you face my idea, I feel like you give me something as well. See, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. The achievement machine is all fixed. You're on my side. We're gonna keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready for the achievement lever. It's just about 1 a.m. Please adjust the slider. Thank you. The Stanley Parable 3 Dr. Gun! Alright. It's time to do one last thing.
Co-workers were gone. What could it
let
mean?
me turn the sound
Stanley
back where it
decided
was.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. I'm gonna take my bucket with me.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
There is technically
Perhaps
one
his
ending
boss's office was where he
that
coming
I'm
to a
just not
staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Because it's random. And it involves, like, certain random stuff happening to be able to get into the,
Stepping into his
whiteboard
manager's
room with
office,
specific
Stanley
things
was once
happening.
again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
There's only one way to end the Stanley Parable. You'd think it would be with the human ending to make you seem like you see the credits. But no. It's not. It's the thing that I've ignored all, like, 8 times I've been
The elevator
down
raced
here.
downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
We're going to escape.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No. We'll be fine.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We're gonna be fine. Stop trying to deceive me. Look, it's a minecart sequence. It's like Minecraft. You can't die in Minecraft. See? It's perfectly fine.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's
You think
warmth
it's
and
gonna
comfort
be a
had
squish?
turned out
I
to
can't
be.
be squished.
To be
I am
sure,
a slime.
It puts the mind and the
Squish
soul
is
at
good for
ease to
slime.
embrace the bucket.
You
But
just,
what
like,
use
do a
is
boop,
sense of ease
and
when
then
you're about
I'm
to be
fine.
crushed to death. This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
No, the bucket's pretty nice.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
My bucket. Still have my bucket, though.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Oh, my bucket!
It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh my god. Okay, we gotta do one more thing, actually, after this, then. Welcome to the grand exhibit of the bucket. Is it all bucket exhibits now? It is.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I expected just a regular... I just thought I'd get the museum ending. Bucket. It's the bucket museum.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
But that bucket was evil. The hole! Oh. I can't... Oh. Well, that's disappointing. This piece symbolizes a necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clever our grasp of the bucket may be, clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there's yet more that is always out of reach. The distance inevitably is for our own good. Oh. I can get bucket. Hydrate!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh.
Let Stanley die.
No!
Let him be
Wait,
crushed
no!
by the machine. Don't
no, the bucket!
Him. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We
My
can
bucket!
save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Squish. Okay, now for real, the ending. I didn't think there would be a
All of his
bucket part of
co-workers
that.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's take a look.
Yet there was not a single
In a
person here
book.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
We get the funky music
That
again.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
New Age music. New Age music.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Man, I sure don't have a lot of people on when I finish streaming.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope. I'm going to escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
But I don't want to. I want to go to
At this
the
point,
museum.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
Yes.
And willingly confront his death.
Yes.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Bye-bye.
Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye, narrator. I'll miss you.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him
I don't have
instantly.
those, actually.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making
Here's
life the same.
The whole office.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Stanley's computer. All the doors. Buttons. And here's the credits. We've actually seen credits like 5 times already. I find this so cool. It's like it's a museum of everything. Of every asset and area in the game. Oh, Stanley Parable.
Stanley jumped in the river.
Narration
Let's
outtakes.
see. Stanley walked through the green door.
The lounge. Oh, the lounge. I remember the lounge. Buttons. I like buttons. Button. What does it do? It's a button to end your life. Die. The various Stanley offices. There's an end here somewhere. What's this? Narrator emails. The phone that deceived me into thinking I was happy. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it goes just resets. I'm lost. Here we go.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Alright. And that was Stanley Parable 3, Dr. Gunn. Yeah, I mean, there's only... I got something to read. We'll do a quick raid, and it'll be cool. I was trying to type raid into my, the bar of the go-to things, because I'm an idiot. Alright, I'm going to send you over to Bags in the Wind, who just is doing... I'm assuming their debut actual thing is over, but it is their debut stream. So I'm going to send you over there and hope you have fun there. Tomorrow, we're going to finish up Parasite Eve and do a super cheaty run to do the Chrysler Building, because that's where the true ending is. So alright, I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Beep beep.